Good morning, we're in the record. Good morning. As chairperson of the Alcohol, Beverage, and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Code Section 2571 etc. of the Open Meetings Act, OMA, I'm welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage Cannabis Board. This meeting has been conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies. Electronic meetings by the ABC Board are authorized pursuant to Section 2577A of the DC Code. Pursuant to the OMA requirements, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABCA's website and on the District Central meeting calendar. The notice includes the time, date, agenda, and call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting has been hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairperson of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically. Please respond when I announce your name. Mr. James Short.
Mr. James Short, present.
Mr. Bobby Cato.
Bobby Cato, present.
Ms. Jenny Henson.
Jenny Hansen, present.
Mr. Edward Grandis.
Edward Grandis, present.
The board has 5 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 5 cases on this morning's calendar. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If a party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. The first case in our calendar today is a show cause hearing status, case number 23 CIT 00204, Casita Porpia and Commodore, license number 114565. This hearing has been canceled. The board approved an offer in compromise on September 20th, 2023. See board order number 2023-474. The next case in our calendar is case number 23-251-00015, Shaw Howard Deli, license number 95169. Good morning, Ms. Doriana. Can you please elevate the rights of the licensee and the government in this case, please?
Good morning. Robert Newman, your access has been elevated. Robert Clayton, your access has been elevated. And Colin Chenchi, your access has been elevated. That appears to be all changes.
Thank you. Can everyone turn their camera on if they have that ability, please? I think Mr. Clayton, all right, good morning. Good morning, Mr. Chenchi. Good morning. Could you identify yourself for the record by please spelling and stating your name?
Good morning, Chairperson Anderson. Colin Chenchi, COLLINCENCI, Assistant Attorney General with the Office of the Attorney General for the District of Columbia, representing the district today.
Good morning, sir. All right. I am not familiar with the 2 gentlemen, so who's the licensee in the case? I'm sorry, Mr. Newman, you're the counsel. Can you please spell and state your name for the record, sir?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Robert Newman. I am counsel for Shaw Howard Deli. With me is my colleague, Robert Clayton. The spelling is N-E-W-M-A-N is the last name. First name is Robert, R-O-B-E-R-T.
And Mr. Clayton, can you also identify yourself for the record, please?
Yes, good morning. This is Robert Clayton, C-L-A-Y-T-O-N. I'm general counsel for Shaw Howard Deli, LLC.
All right, good morning, sir. All right, good morning, Mr. Chenchi. Are there any preliminary matters in this case?
Just to let the board know that we have already reached out to Mr. Newman and the parties are discussing an offer in compromise. but
All right.
otherwise we're ready to set this for a show cause hearing date.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Newman, no preliminary matter, so therefore this matter then is scheduled for, I'm sorry, Mr. Newman, go ahead, sir.
I apologize. There is one preliminary matter, and I've already spoken with counsel about this, and they said they wouldn't object. The primary witness and co-owner is actually out of the country and not expected to be back until October 28th, and so we were asking to have the show cause hearing be rescheduled because not only is she the co-owner, but she's also the primary witness. She was there on the date of this incident. Council nor I anticipate that we will get there because I think we've already had productive conversations regarding a settlement, but nevertheless, just wanted to put that out there for if we end up going to the show cause hearing to ask if it can be rescheduled.
All right, currently the show cause hearing, if we have a show cause hearing, it's scheduled for October 25th
Right.
at 10:30 a.m. If the parties are mutually agree to change the date, they can send a motion to our general counsel and we will change the date to a mutually agreeable timeline. If the parties on the other hand, if they decide to settle this matter can be settled
Right.
on our legal agenda through an offer in compromise.
Right.
All right. One other thing I just want to advise both parties, if this matter goes to a hearing, 7 days before the hearing, both parties are required to exchange documents and witnesses. Failure by either side to exchange documents and witnesses 7 days before the hearing, the board is empowered to prevent that side from moving forward unless reasonable cause is shown. Any question?
No questions.
All right. Good luck with your negotiation. And if this matter is not settled, the parties should send a consent agreement to extend the timeline with a date and to our legal counsel, and the board will try to accommodate the schedule. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a great day. All right.
You too.
The next case in our calendar is case number 23 CMP 00018, Ace Beverage, license number 14553. This case has been canceled. The board approved an offer in compromise on September 20th, 2023. See board order number 2023-473. The next case in our calendar is case number 22 CIT 00201 Half Smoke. This case has been canceled. An offer in compromise has been provided to the board, which we will consider on our legal agenda later on this morning. The next case in our calendar is case number 223-251-00020, Power Nightclub Lounge Restaurant, license number 104228. Good morning again, Mr. Oriana. Can you please elevate the rights of the licensee, the licensee's counsel, I believe MPD Officer Jose Hernandez, and Investigator Garcia? And if there's anyone else on the line for this case.
Andrew Klein, your access has been elevated. Cameron Mixon, your access has been elevated. Investigator George Garcia, your access has been elevated. Officer Hernandez, your access has been elevated. That appears to be, Abebe Begene, your access has been elevated. That appears to be all term.
Thank you. Good morning. Can I have everyone appear on camera if you have that ability? Mr. Benye, Beyena, if you have a camera, can you turn your camera on, sir? All right, let's start the introduction. Mr. Klein, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Andrew Klein on behalf of Power Nightclub.
Mr. Mixon?
Cameron Mixon, also on behalf of Power Nightclub.
I see that your client is on the line, Mr. Klein, but he's not. I'm sorry, I apologize, ma'am. Can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Okay, first name Abeba, ABEBA. Last name Bayene, BEYENE.
Thank you, ma'am. And this is one of the reasons why I ask people to be on camera, because
Yes.
I will not call you Mr. or Mrs. I will know, so I
It's
apologize.
perfectly fine. It's
I
fine.
apologize
Yes.
for that. Officer Hernandez, can you please identify yourself for the record?
Yes, I'm Officer Jose Hernandez with the 5th District of Metropolitan Police Department.
Can you spell your name, sir?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, first name is Jose. Last name is Hernandez.
Thank you. Mr. Garcia, can you please identify yourself for the record and also spell and state your name?
George Garcia, GEORGE, Garcia, GARCIA.
All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome. All right, this is a fact finding here in Power Nightclub located at 2335 Bladensburg Road Northeast, related to an incident. This is and the MPD requested a fact finding here and related to an incident that took place on Saturday, July 22nd, 2023. Specifically, during an incident outside of the establishment, an unknown suspect began shooting towards the establishment. 3 people were struck by gunfire. 2 victims suffered gunshot wounds to their legs and 1 to their shoulder. All were transported to local hospitals for treatment. The incident occurred at approximately 4:28 a.m. after the establishment closed, while patrons were continuing to loiter in front of the establishment. All right, so this is a request for a fact finding hearing, so I can by MPD. And so what I will do, Mr. Klein, I will have both MPD and the investigator present. The board will ask questions of Officer Hernandez and Mr. Garcia. Once the board has asked questions of the investigator and Mr. Garcia, then you'll have an opportunity to ask questions if you so desire of those individuals. And then if you want to give your client's version of the facts in this case. As you are aware, this is a fact-finding hearing. At a fact-finding hearing, the board is only gathering facts. We're trying to find out what happened. The board has not made any determination about the next steps. At the end of this hearing, these are the decisions that the board can possibly take. The board can decide that no further action is necessary, or the board can refer this matter to the Office of the Attorney General for further investigation, and the Office of Attorney General would be the body who could determine whether or not this matter will result in a show cause hearing. As you're also aware, at a fact-finding hearing, the witnesses are not sworn, and so this is somewhat informal because we're still gathering information about the incident. Any questions by anyone before we start?
None from the applicant, thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's start off with, I can either start off with Mr. Garcia or you, Officer Hernandez. I know that this is a request from for a fact-finding hearing by MPD. So I'll start off with Officer Hernandez if there's anything that you want to add. Why is it that Acting Chief of Police Smith, why is it that she requested this fact-finding hearing?
Yes, good morning. So one of the reasons why the chief requested this is because of the incident that occurred. It's a very violent situation that happened in front of the location where, like you stated before, 3 individuals were shot in front of the establishment. And even after witnessing partly the video and stuff, there are other persons that were in front of the location that were also shooting back at the shooters. So you had a gun battle basically essentially happening in front of this establishment. It's not a first. It's happened way in the past. I mean, it's been a few years since it's happened before, but it's happened. And basically the chief just wants to see what can be done about this, what security plans are, and things of that nature, so that going forward we can deem this establishment to be running at a smoother capacity for the clients that go to the location.
Just a quick question, couple of questions, Officer Hernandez. How was MPD made aware of the incident?
We were made aware of the incident because of ShotSpotter and phone calls being made to the OUC and 911.
Now, do you know if the establishment itself called 911, or were these, or do you know who called at 911? And
I can't say for certain who did. I do know that one of the managers did call 911. He stated that he had called. But we can't determine who made the phone calls.
now, in MPD's investigation, was the establishment cooperative with the investigation?
Yes. The establishment was very cooperative. They assisted us with everything they could, providing video, information, who was working, witnesses, things of that nature. So they were very cooperative.
And just generally, are there any security or safety recommendations that you could make regarding this establishment?
One of the biggest things that I would say is that not to let people, once a club let out, not to let people just loiter around and hang out. Try to get the staff to come out and just tell everybody to go home and not just hang out in front of the establishment.
Well, I'm aware that there's a no loitering law in there's a no loitering law in DC. So I'm just asking you, what is it that you believe they can do to move folks along?
Outside of trying to get out there and just keep pushing people along, we would have to take a look at because I haven't reviewed their security plan in terms of what was the last time it was updated and things of that nature. I'm sure Investigator Garcia has that. He could talk a little bit more about that. But in terms of the establishment doing anything different, it's iffy because they're promoters. They need to do a better job of having an established relationship with their promoters. The promoters bring folks that have ties to local gangs, affiliates, people that is on MPD's radars that essentially we find out from flyers who they're bringing to the establishment, and from there we do our intel units goes in and checks to see if these people are verified, especially when they're from the local area. And a lot of times, I've spoken to to Mimi about these, and she's done a great job of, once we find out who they are, basically saying, you know what, I'm just closing my doors and canceling the events. So she's done a great job when it comes to that, when she's advised of who is being brought in. But I think it's one of those that, you could possibly avoid it just by talking to your promoter and saying, hey, look, you need to make sure that there's no ties to streets, when you have their talent or whomever performing, coming into the establishment. Because a lot of times, they don't know. So they just say, okay, yeah, book them. And, you know, that ends up becoming a situation because you have individuals from different neighborhoods come into the establishment, and you could end up having potential violent situations that happen at your establishment. That's one of the things. Outside of that, anytime that I've worked at this establishment, the only thing I would say is, there shouldn't be no favoritism played to as far as who comes in. Everybody should be checked. Everybody should be, if you see that somebody is rowdy, in line, they should automatically be told no, because that person could potentially turn into a bigger situation once they get into the establishment and start getting alcoholic beverages in there. It's these are different things that I have noticed, and I've gotten these from, sometimes like I'll find it from my own research, and other times I'll hear it from above. So we're talking about, it comes to our commander from our intel unit that comes from downtown.
Thank you, Officer Hernandez. Any questions of Officer Hernandez by the board members? Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Thank you. Good morning, Officer Hernandez.
Good morning, sir.
How many years have you served with the Metropolitan Police Department?
I've been with the Metropolitan Police Department for approximately 12 years.
How many years have you served there in the 5th District where this licensee's business is?
11 years.
So you know the area quite well, I'd imagine.
Yes, and I've also been the reimbursable district officer. Basically, I'm in charge of the handling the scheduling and anything that having to do with the establishments that operate out of the 5th District.
So the RDO, which you were just referencing, reimbursable detail, do they have one, or have they ever had one at this licensee's location?
Yes, they've had it in the past. They always request it every month. So they're doing their part in terms of asking for officers to work at the location and the things, and making sure that they are doing their due diligence to make sure that we're around. I'm in constant communication with Rico, who's one of the general managers, and also Miss Mimi. We always talk about whether they're able to get RDO services and things of that nature. Unfortunately, because and I've told Mimi a few, a lot of times, that because we're so short staffed, and the department is basically running nonstop overtime, that clubs are not being prioritized by a lot of the officers. So at this point, there's not a lot of clubs that are getting officers to work the RDO program.
Okay, now, in previous hearings we've had, or fact findings we've had with this licensee, the ANCs and community have been complaining about loitering in front of this location. Do you think no loitering signs would help out? And also, if it's a part of their security plan, that they make sure that the front is cleared within a reasonable time after they close, would that help?
I believe it would. I believe it definitely would. I'm not sure if they don't already have no loitering signs. I'm not 100% sure. But yeah, one of the biggest things is, once you let people out, I mean, most folks do end up just leaving. I think that night was a special circumstance because they had the approval of the city to operate at a later time because of the World Cup. So, but even with that being said, as far as the security just coming out and kind of telling everybody, hey, go home, get in your cars, and get off the block, I think that would greatly, help when it comes to any type of situation escalating to the point of violence that happened over the summer.
So again, will you just repeat for us what actually happened the night of this incident while we're having this fact finding?
So that night, we received a call, and we also got the sounds of gunshots, where gunfire erupted in front of the location towards the establishment, where 3 people were shot. There was also different casings that were located by different guns. So there was basically a shootout that essentially occurred while you had a few hundred people running out of this establishment and inside the establishment and everywhere. Complete chaos that day.
So I guess we were fortunate that no one on Bladenberg Road, which is a major roadway, got a stray bullet or two themselves. Aren't we fortunate about that?
Absolutely, because during that time we still had traffic coming and going from that area. Even some of the club goers were leaving the general area. So yes, it's very fortunate that no one was hit with a stray bullet.
Well, hopefully before the day is over, maybe the licensee, the owner, or her attorney can explain to this board how they're going to be handling loitering, because the basic problem was, it seems to me, with my knowledge of public safety, if you have a crowd inside and you have a crowd on the sidewalk, when the shooting breaks out and the people start to get out of the club, they can't get out because of the people loitering in front of the club, which is really a hazard for the traffic. And the community and ANCs have been complaining for years about loitering at this location. And I think it's time for this board and also for the licensee to start making some serious decisions regarding how they're going to handle the loitering and complaints from the citizens in that community. Thank you very much for your testimony today, and hopefully we won't have this to happen anymore. But a shootout is a very dangerous thing. We've got too much shooting going on. So I, as a board member, just think that we need to do more than what we have been doing. We just can't keep letting or allowing this occur, because we do have some power as the ABCA board in help regulating some of these issues, especially when it comes to loitering and it comes to violence and complaints from the citizens, and it sounds like complaints from MPD. Thank you very much for your testimony today. I appreciate it. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Short. Any other questions by any other board members?
Chairman, may I?
Go ahead, Mr. Grandis.
Thank you. Officer Hernandez, we all want to thank you for being here today. We know you have a very busy schedule, and your information on behalf of MPD is very important to us to be able to, get through this fact finding and come up with recommendations. So thank you for that. You mentioned that this incident occurred on a night when that establishment had received permission to be open later because of the World Cup.
Sure.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Yes, they did receive a special permit to be able to operate for longer hours. I believe the permit was for 24 hours, or serving later, and then stopping at a certain time, but still maintaining to be open.
Do you know if within that block or that vicinity there are other ABCA licensed establishments, such as nightclubs or taverns, that are nearby that establishment?
The closest one would be about a quarter of a mile, Republic on 24th Place in Bladensburg. Other than that, there's no other establishment that's ABCA mandated, to be open, that's open in that area.
And you say that you viewed videos that observed that videos were able to take operating when this incident occurred, correct?
Yes.
And would that video show that the unfortunate individuals who were hit by gunfire had either re-entered or exited that particular facility?
Yes. So at that time, it was I want to say it was way past their usual hours. So yeah, and there's nothing in that area besides a metro bus station. But it's like one of the workstations where they keep their buses and things of that nature right across the street from them. Other than that, there's nothing else operating on the block.
Thank you. Once again, would the video show, or did you have witnesses tell MPD that the gunfire that was returned, if I heard you correctly, it became sort of like a gun battle between various people? Were any of the people with guns observed either entering or coming out of that establishment?
So that's one of the things that was undetermined whether they were inside or not. Usually they're really good about checking people and things of that nature to make sure that nothing goes inside, no weapons go inside. I can't speak 100% sure saying that the weapons made it inside or they didn't. I really don't know. I know that there was a few different calibers that were found at that location and in different locations. So that was one of the things that we were made to understand that something happened, that where at least two different people had different guns, and that they were cross-firing.
And I think my final question is that there were three individuals who were struck who were outside of their establishment. Is that correct?
Yes.
Does MPD have any information that any of those three people had a weapon on them? Did they return fire? Any of them return fire?
We don't have that information. Our detectives are still doing their investigation. So I because it's still ongoing, I really don't have that much info about it.
So there were no guns confiscated that morning?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brandis. Any other questions by any other board members? I'm going to give you an opportunity to ask questions, Mr. Klein, if you want, but I'm going to have the investigator go ahead, and then you can ask questions of both the investigator and the officer. Mr. Garcia.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia, how did you become aware of this incident, this incident, sir?
We were notified by MPD that a shooting occurred at Power Nightclub on July 22nd.
And once you're notified by MPD, what did ABCA do, and what did ABCA do, and specifically, what did you do?
So MPD initiated a CCN number, which is a 251 investigation, and our office received it and assigned it, and it was assigned to me. After it was assigned to me, I did contact the licensee to speak about the incident that occurred and took place at the establishment, along with officers, along with the victims that were involved in the incident, along with security staff as well.
So, did you go to the scene that night?
On the night in question, no, because we received the 251 notification after it occurred, and ABCA, our investigators, and at 4 a.m. we received the notification of 425.
All right, so when is it that you went to do your investigation at the establishment?
So the investigation was assigned to me on Monday, July 24th, and I began my investigation on July 25th.
And so what is it that you were able to ascertain?
So the first thing I did was I visited the establishment to obtain video footage of the night and the incident that occurred. I believe it was Friday, July 28th, that I visited the establishment to obtain camera footage, which the establishment provided. But it was something with the cameras that it overrided everything prior. So everything that I received on that particular day was the same video footage, because when it was loaded onto the USB, it was loaded and it was overriding the previous video that was recorded. So I did have to revisit the establishment to obtain additional footage, which I happily did, and the establishment was cooperative in providing. And while my visit in obtaining the footage, I also was able to speak to all 8 of the security staff that were at the establishment on the night of the incident.
So what, as a result of your investigation, what is it that were you able to gather?
So one thing that I was able to determine that I do have the video footage, but from a different angle of the video footage, you can see at one point in time, shortly before the incident, that you see maybe about roughly, I'm gonna say 4 to 7 male patrons leaving out of the establishment, 1 from the front entrance and maybe 5 to 6 from the back and from the rear exit. They're both the ones in the back are running into a vehicle across the street from the establishment and entering a vehicle where shortly after they do drive off, and that's when the incident takes place. So I'm not sure of an incident. I can't really confirm whether an incident or an altercation took place on the inside of the establishment, but I have determined from the video footage that the patrons did not enter the establishment with the weapons. I was able to determine that.
All right, but let me ask you a question though. Did your request? You stated that you saw individuals exiting the establishment and enter a car. Did you ask for video for maybe for that time period of those individuals inside of the establishment?
I'm sorry, say that again?
No, I'm trying to find you stated that you were unable to ascertain whether or not there was anything that occurred at the establishment prior to the incident. Once you saw folks exiting, you said you saw 4 people exiting the back and enter the car.
Correct.
Right. So I'm saying, did you request video for the minute prior to their departure from the establishment? And if you did request video, what is it that did you see?
Shortly after they
No,
left the establishment?
prior to them leaving. You stated that you saw.
Yeah, I did request it.
And so,
Yeah, I did request it, and I did see it, but there was no interaction. There was no altercation that you can visibly see. I'm not sure if so. From my conversations with suspects that I interviewed and suspects, along with the staff and everyone, a visual altercation did not take place. A lot of people were wording it such as words were exchanged, but no altercation took place.
now, based on your view of the footage, the video footage, do you have a view on the cameras that are being utilized by this establishment for the interior? Does that provide you with, are there any blind spots from you can tell?
No. Because if you look at all the angles of the security cameras, one angle might be specified in one direction, but they do have another camera at a wider angle that covers both of those camera views. So if one camera view, because originally the footage that I was provided first didn't provide me enough views of the actual scene on the outside of the establishment. But after obtaining additional footage, I was able to see a wider spectrum of the outside of the establishment.
Okay. No, but just generally, did you have an opportunity to interview the victims?
So I did contact on multiple occasions all three victims, but I was only able to speak to one.
And so what were you able to find out based on your conversation with that one victim?
So the victim did advise me that the establishment was closing and it was a let out happening. So everyone was just exiting the establishment. The victim also stated that he was unaware of where the shooting was coming from. He didn't see who was shooting. He just felt it, heard it, and as soon as he felt it, he took cover on himself. He said prior to that, while in the inside of the establishment, he didn't have any altercations. He didn't witness any altercations. He said on the inside, it was just a regular day, regular a night in the evening. He said while he was outside, he also didn't witness any altercations either. But overall, he said he didn't hear any commotions while outside. All he heard was gunshots being fired, and that's all he heard.
What are the board-approved hours for this establishment?
The establishment is able to operate Sunday to Thursday, 2 p.m. to 2 a.m., and then Friday to Saturday, 2 p.m. to 3 a.m.
So during the time of this incident, what was the approved hours of operation for this day?
So the establishment did have extended hours that day. If I'm not mistaken, the establishment was able to operate till 5 a.m.
Do you know whether or not the establishment has a security plan?
The establishment does have a security plan.
Do you know whether or not the establishment complied with the security plan?
So the only thing that I found in the security plan that the establishment was in the violation of, that's only because I interviewed the staff. The staff seems to have different stories, but most of the staff stated that they did not receive trainings.
Now, let me ask you a question. Are you aware if this establishment has been inspected by ABCA investigators recently?
I am not. As far as any particular investigation or
Generally, whether or not the regulatory inspection, then generally, if you're aware.
well, if we're speaking as to their history, typically whenever there's a history, we have had investigators go out and conduct regulatory inspections on multiple occasions. But from their history, their last history was in September 7th of 2020. So I'm not sure when the last date of an investigator conducted a regulatory inspection.
Thank you. All right. And I guess just generally, you stated that there was some confusion regarding training regarding the security plan. So did you conclude that whether or not any ABCA violations occurred during that night?
No.
All right, thank you. Any questions by the board members? Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Investigator Garcia, how many years have you been with ABCA?
4, sir.
4 years?
Yes.
And you stated that you derived that there was a violation to the security plan because of the lack of training. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you write any violation notices?
No, I did not.
Can I ask you why not?
Because I put it in the case report. That's what my investigative report is in.
But doesn't violations require you to take action in some either a written notice or some type of notification other than putting it in a report?
That actually depends on the violation. So for example, if an establishment was violated for a no ABC manager violation, that would have required me to issue them a citation on site. If the establishment was violated for a substantial change, that will require me to write a case. That does not require me to issue notice of violation. That would just notify the establishment of the violations, and it would be typed up in an investigative report.
Okay, well, I guess I want to ask, why did you then testify today that there was a violation of their procedures for training? How did you come to that? How did you come to that rationalization?
After I concluded my investigative report, I was actually looking into ABCA records to find the establishment's ABCA license, a certificate of occupancy, to see whether they had a settlement agreement along with the security plan. And after thoroughly looking through the security plan and coinciding with the interviews, I determined that the establishment wasn't providing adequate security training to the employees.
Okay, well, and that sounds correctly, because normally when we have incidents of violence, we as a board make sure that legal puts in into their security plans that they get appropriate training and that they keep that training on hand. So they did not have that night, correct?
I'm sorry, they didn't have what?
Any proof of the training that you say they didn't get?
On the night of the incident?
Yeah, the night of the incident.
Okay, I'm not understanding.
Did the lack of training have anything to do with the incident that you were sent there to investigate?
I can't determine that because multiple staff said that they received training, but also, on the other note, other staff said that they didn't receive training. So it doesn't look like all of the employees are receiving the same amount of training that they're stating they're receiving.
Okay, so thank you for that, and I'll duly note it, and I'll make sure that the board does take that under advisement when we are talking about this. But is it possible that you could show us? You have the video tape.
I do.
Does it show the shooting?
So it's three different angles. It doesn't exactly show the shooting, but I was able to pinpoint different times of when the shooting started, when the when the suspects left the establishment, and how some patrons were preventing the incident from taking place.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, can he share that information? Can the investigator Garcia share that with us? I'd like to see it.
Garcia, do you have those videos available, sir?
I do.
Mr. Oriana, can you please give Mr. Garcia the opportunity to share his screen?
Access has been granted.
Can you guys see my screen?
Yes, sir. And Mr. Garcia, can you please describe what it is that we're looking at once you play the video, sir?
Give me 1 minute. Okay, I'm just gonna start off with this one. So this is the footage. I'm actually gonna forward it to 2835. All right, so I'm gonna actually start it here. It seems to be the let out of the establishment. Can you see my mouse moving as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so from this entrance, you're gonna see a gentleman in a white tank top exit the establishment, holding a sweater along with a cap, running across the street in a few seconds. Right now. So the gentleman seems to be with a white tank top running across the street. He drops the cap on the floor, and then he runs in the direction of a vehicle. So I'm just gonna play this to its entirety so you can see it put it all together when I show the other footage. You're also gonna see that gentleman in the white tank top come back up to here with two females after a black SUV drives off. So as of this moment, no gunshots have been fired. Nothing is happening on this particular view of the footage. So I'm gonna pause it here just so you can see that that was the SUV that was driving off. As you see, that SUV drove off, and these patrons were with those individuals that drove off. At this point is when the fire shot off, and everyone begins dispersing from the gunfire. So on a different footage, I was able to observe that one of the patrons, this one here, seemed to be firing back, but I can't confirm nor deny that. But that individual was seen putting something, putting an item back into his waistband as he runs off. This one here. That's one camera view. So for this one, this is pretty much the entirety of this particular footage. At this point, you're just going to see everyone running and trying to get away, and the different. But any questions from that?
I don't have any questions.
No more questions. from
Okay,
me.
so this footage is the wider, as I was describing before, this footage actually, from the opposite angle of the establishment, it covers the entire side that we actually are looking for. So as you can see my mouse, this vehicle is the vehicle in question that conducted the drive-by, that the gentleman got into. So this is the vehicle that sped off in the previous camera footage. So we are going to forward this to So 42740. You see the gentleman here. I paused it just for a quick minute. The gentleman here is doing the same thing in the previous footage, running over. But I want you to pay attention to the rear exit. I want you to put your focus on the rear entrance. As you can see, a whole bunch of individuals run from the rear exit. From my understanding, I counted 6. No, I'm sorry. Hold on. Oh, they're in the car. There we go. All right. In about 10 seconds. All right, there we go. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 patrons running out of the rear exit to get into that black SUV, and all of them get in except for the gentleman in the white tank top that ran out of the front exit. You can also see 3 females running behind the vehicle as well. But they sit there for maybe a few seconds. As you can see, the vehicle drives off. Gunshots go off. If you look at my mouse again, the gentleman here in the baby blue t-shirt comes over to this side while tucking an item back into his waistband. I'm not sure if he was one of the, I'm not sure what the item was, but and that's 29, 31, 30. Yeah, that's pretty much the entirety of the video.
All right. Thank you, sir. Do you have any questions, Mr. Short, or any other, Mr. Short first and any other board members?
No, that pretty much capitulates. Basically, I'm going to just hope that we'll get a little more training, professional training for the staff. But thank you very much, Chair. That's all I have at this time.
Any questions by any other board members? Mr. Klein, any question? I'm sorry. Mr. Klein, I can't see you, but I see you raise your hand. So I was about to ask you, Mr. Klein, do you have any questions for the board member or any, I'm sorry, for the investigator or for the police officer?
Yes, I do. Thank you. I apologize. I had to switch devices, which is why I was.
I see you're now on the beach,
I'm on the
Mr.
beach
Klein.
now.
All right.
I just switched
Okay.
devices. Had to go somewhere warmer and sunnier.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Investigator Garcia. So there was an exchange with Board Member Short about potential violations. As I understand your testimony, you don't make decisions on violations unless it's something very obvious like a lack of manager. You just write up the facts, write the report, and then the board makes the decisions on violations. Is that basically what your testimony was?
Correct, depending on the violation.
Right. If it's something that's very straightforward, no manager on the premises, then you can obviously write a citation or something like that. Otherwise, it's up to you to just present the facts to the board, and then the board makes the decision. Correct?
Correct. The only way I would have actually put a violation as substantiated if I could actually determine for a fact that that establishment wasn't providing adequate training to their staff.
Okay. But ultimately, those facts are adjudicated by the board, right?
The facts are adjudicated by the board?
Right.
No,
the board makes the board makes findings and hears evidence and decides what the facts are and then makes a conclusion, right?
Correct.
Okay. All right, thank you. We appreciate that approach, and that's why I comment on it, because we don't always see it. Some investigators think it might be their job to find violations, and we appreciate that you view your job to investigate and then present those facts. Did you find the establishment cooperative throughout your investigation?
Yes, the establishment was cooperative throughout my investigation.
All right. Now, is there anything about what happened here that would have been affected by the alleged lack of training that seems to be in question?
I'm sorry, what's the...
Would a lack of, if there were more training, is there anything about this that would have changed, given the incident that occurred?
Well, I'm not sure. That I can't make that determination.
Okay. Well, what is it in your mind, based upon what your investigation, you think the establishment could have done different or better?
In my opinion, I am going to agree with Officer Hernandez when he did state the establishment could better control and promote patrons leaving the establishment.
Well, the video that we saw, people were leaving the establishment pretty orderly and moving on, weren't they?
Yeah, but people were actually just staying there.
Okay.
If you actually look at the footage, people were just staying on the outside of the establishment and just talking to each other, which is something that happens pretty often at establishments.
Sure. And one of the reasons that they stay there is they arrange for transportation like Uber and Lyft and picked up by other individuals in front of the establishment, correct?
Correct.
All right. So I mean, at any establishment, there's a certain winding down period, isn't there?
You can say that.
And the best that can be done by the establishment is to have a security presence out there, encourage people to move along, look out for problems, and notify authorities if appropriate. Isn't that
Correct.
fair? Okay. Is there anything more that they can do?
Well, I'm going to say after interviewing some of their staff could have been trained better.
And how would that, again, I'm going to ask, assuming that's true, how, what would have changed? How would that have affected the situation? What different training would have provoked a different response from the establishment?
Depending on the training, being observant, being able to minimize situations, being able to prevent situations.
We're talking about this situation.
And that's what I'm talking about as well.
Now you said you tried to interview 3 of the victims. You spoke to one. You spoke to several witnesses, I believe. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did any of
Just
them?
one witness.
I beg your pardon?
Just one.
Just one witness. Okay. Did either of them mention this crossfire from in front of the establishment?
No, they did not.
So the only evidence that we have at this point of the crossfire is the video where you think somebody's tucking something into their pants that could have been a gun, could have been a cell phone, could have been any number of things, and Officer Hernandez's testimony about the different caliber bullets, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you said the video coverage in the establishment is good, correct?
Excuse me?
The video coverage in the establishment, security camera.
Yes, it's adequate. Yes.
It's adequate. It covers all the areas, correct?
Correct.
All right. Turning to Officer Hernandez.
Yes, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Officer Hernandez, and maybe you said this before. What's your role at MPD with respect to nightlife establishments?
So I coordinate with the nightlife establishments, the audio program. I'm the one that schedules them, the officers to work at different bars and clubs in the 5th District. I also assist with the ABC hearings and anything that have to do with nightlife in our district.
We appreciate you doing that, and we appreciate your service to the district as a police officer, but specifically in this area of nightlife. It's very much appreciated. Now, you've had occasion to work with this establishment quite closely, correct?
Yes.
And they're always cooperative, aren't they?
Absolutely. They're very cooperative. Mimi goes above and beyond to try to give us as much as information or whatever that is needed to help with our investigation. She is very forthcoming with everything.
And Mimi is begged for RDO officers, hasn't she?
Correct. But just like I've explained earlier, and even Ms. Brenda Smith, who is the district-wide RDO coordinator, has stated is that because of the shortage of officers, and this is a voluntary assignment, that no one can be forced to work in that area. But what we have done with the 5th District is we've tried whenever they're not completely swamped with calls, to give it special attention in that general area because of the incidents that have happened in the past, and in, particularly this incident also. I'd also like to answer one of your questions regarding the training aspect of things. So one of the things is that, like Investigator Garcia pointed out, is that you had individuals that were coming running from the back of the establishment. So one of the things that can be done is that their security staff should be able to be walking through the parking lot to make sure that there's no one hanging out and being in those areas where they're not supposed to be. If you're a club patron and you're attending the establishment to go party inside, why are you loitering in the parking lot behind where there's non-sufficient lighting, and you're basically just hanging out in the back? What is the reason for allowing these individuals to just be back there? If they're not entering the establishment, they should be kicked off the premises and not allowed in or made to move on.
And to your knowledge, is the parking lot under control of the establishment?
To my knowledge, I've seen where people just hang out in the parking lot in the past. Nothing's been said. They pay to park, and they sometimes enter the establishment immediately. Other times they're out there for a good while, and then
Right. But my question to you is, do you know whether the establishment controls that parking lot?
They control it in terms of who parks in that parking lot. Yes.
Okay.
Do they have patrol, like somebody walking by there and making sure that there's nobody hanging out? No, I haven't seen it.
Do you think that there might be a benefit to add additional lighting to the parking lot?
Absolutely. I
Okay.
believe so. Yes.
All right. That might be something that we look at, because we are here to explore potential solutions today. Now, coming back to the RDO program. So if I have this right, the officers get to select where they work?
Yes. So every month I put out an email with links, and each establishment has their own link. And because it's voluntary, they have the option of signing up for multiple establishments. And I advise them this just in case the establishment that they signed up for gets filled on the day that they are requesting to work. So I may move them to a different establishment, but because I know that they've clicked on different establishment and those dates are available, that is how I determine who and where they work.
Okay, but you only assign them to those places that they've put on their list. Is that correct?
Correct.
So in effect, and I just think it's important that we highlight this because it seems to be a problem to me. In effect, the department is not determining where these extra officers for places that are willing to pay for RDO are assigned. They're self-selecting and deciding where they're willing to work.
Correct. Essentially, yes. I mean, just like any other overtime that the department puts out, you can't, the only thing that is voluntold, if you will, is the backfill, right? Where we're short in the section where you need to handle runs for the city, which is our main priority for patrol. That's the only time that you're going to be made to work extra hours or made to go work at a PSA. But any other overtime, it's all voluntary. You can sign up for as much as you want or as little as you want under the cap of 56 hours a week.
Understood. But apparently you also can decide where it is that you're willing to work, correct?
Correct. And that's department wide. You can decide whether you want to work in any ABC establishment, whether you want to work a POTUS, whether you want to work a baseball game, a soccer game, whatever. You can pick and choose what you would like to work. It is no different with the RDO program.
And how long have you been involved with RDO?
6 years now.
Okay. And the shortage of officers that we're all aware of has definitely constrained the program, hasn't it?
Absolutely, it has. And because of that, you have a multitude of overtime all district wide. So you have a situation where instead of working 4 hours at a club or an establishment, an ABC establishment, you can go work 6 to 8, possibly even 10 hours, in the district or doing something else.
So back when we had maybe 1,000 more officers or whatever the figure was, this self-selection of where people want to worked pretty well, but maybe
Yes.
maybe doesn't work as well now.
Well, I can't force, and the department is not going to force anyone to work at any single establishment. But I will tell you this: most officers try to shy away from go-go's. They will shy away from it. They just don't want to deal with it because, again, they deal with violent situations 99% of the time patrolling the district. And when it comes to working certain establishments, they're not willing to work it.
All right. Well, let me ask you, similar to what I asked Investigator Garcia. I mean, you've mentioned the establishment perhaps could do a better job of getting people to move along, I believe.
Yes.
Okay. And how would you recommend that they do that?
So you have your individuals inside that'll come in, especially during let out, right? You closing hours, and they start pushing everybody outside, right? Just like you can push everybody outside of the establishment because you got to get them out within 10 to 15 minutes, so that the cleanup crew can go. But essentially, also, you don't want to get caught with, still having patrons inside the establishment after your hours of operation are done. You can essentially keep that momentum going outside and have them leave your establishment, because at the end of the day, anything within 1,000 feet of the club or the establishment still falls under the establishment. So the quicker you move folks along and not to loiter in front of the location or in the parking lot of the location or even next to the location, it still falls under their security to push all these people to get into their cars and leave.
No, I get all that, but how would you suggest, given what we've discussed, that we don't have a no loitering law because there are questions about the constitutionality of such a law? How would you recommend that they do that they get people to move along?
So one of the things is just advising them, club's over, have a good night, please go home. You don't have to be forceful about it. Just remind folks that, it's time for them to go home.
Okay.
Or even if they don't want to go home, but they can't stay on the block.
All right. And then you mentioned concerns about the back parking lot. Is there anything else that you might recommend, given this incident, and or your general experience with this establishment? You've indicated is cooperative, so I'm sure they'll do it. So if there's anything else, we'd love to hear it.
Well, see, that's the thing. So unfortunately, it's the go-go's are known for a certain, and I hate to say it because like I've been in DC all my life, so I've been a part of coming into the clubs as a young man, and but one of the things that we always some of us shied away from was go-go's because of the violence that always attracted, due to certain neighborhoods, having conflicts with each other and things of that nature. But that's something that, it's a market. The youth are going to come out and do their thing. It's not anything that maybe can do differently in terms of what type of patrons come to the establishment. But one of the things with like training, your security staff is kind of being able to look at certain situations and saying, for example, like you got an individual that's argumentative at the door. Well, if that person is argumentative at the door and hasn't had any alcoholic beverages, what do you think is going to happen once he gets inside and does have alcoholic beverages? So, that's an easy, what? Have a good night. You come when you're in a better spirits. You're not coming in tonight.
Well, we didn't have, I mean, this wasn't inside in this situation, correct?
No, it was not inside, but if no other place is open during this time and the patrons that are coming out, see, because that's the thing. Okay, so if you have different neighborhoods that are having conflicts with each other, come to the same establishment, you're either going to have a fight that breaks out, which didn't happen, but you have happened what could potentially lead up to, shootings and things of that nature.
Right. And I want to ask you about that because I think you said, well, they should ask the promoter. But the fact of the matter is, the promoter's not really going to tell them, what
no, of course
are
not.
they?
No,
So
the promoter, of course not, because the promoter, we've had issues with where I've had to reach out to the establishment because the promoter will put on their flyers that MPD will be on site.
Right. So how and you say your office knows, which I believe. I mean, I'm sure. I mean, I know that MPD intelligence is very good and you tend to know what's going on in the neighborhood. How do we, which I think is probably the most important lesson here, how do we further cooperation between MPD and the establishment so the establishment, and then, you heard, I mean, they cancel events if they think it's going to be a problem. And if they get word, they cancel them. So how do we further the communication so we minimize these issues? It seems to me that may be the biggest question here, based on everything I've heard, and the board, of course, will draw their own conclusions. But based on what I've heard, it seems to me that that's pretty important. How do we do that?
Well, I mean, just like in the past, I've communicated with Mimi. Mimi and I have an open line communication. She has my phone number, my cell phone number that she can reach me anytime. If you know who, so what I've done is like, say, for example, other establishments have reached out to me, especially when local artists are being booked by agents to come, perform at their locations. What they'll do is they'll reach out to me and they'll ask, hey, so and so is performing at our club. What do you think? And at that point, I'll come back and I'll do my research, reach out to Intel, reach out to our patrol units and things of that nature. And if we know anything, how involved this person is with the street life, who they're involved with, who they're conflicting with, things of that nature. And then I'll get back to the establishment and say, hey, listen, it's your call, but this and this and this is going on with this individual. So there is a potential for folks that are conflicting with him that they're going to come to the establishment and potentially create a situation that could get you in violation.
Okay. All right. That is all I have, Mr. Chair, at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Klein. Thank you. Does anyone else have any questions that they want to ask the investigator?
Mr. Chairman, yes.
This is for the investigator, Mr. Grandis?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Investigator Garcia, thank you for your presentation. This fact finding is trying to determine what next steps. And one of the things that I feel like there's a gap in my understanding of this incident is that I have not heard any testimony that any of the patrons were the reason for the violence that occurred. So let me ask, maybe that has been presented, but let me ask what I not clear about. We've seen video a couple times of this black car, and if I understand right, there were like 4 people out of the back door that ran towards that black car across the street. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is that a yes? I'm sorry.
Yes,
Okay.
that's a yes.
And then there were 2 other individuals that appeared to be leaving from the entrance that were across the street to that black car.
That was 1, not 2.
One. Okay. So is there any information that shooting came from the black car?
I didn't make that determination.
So we can't make that. The only reason the black car and these people are identified in the testimony today is because they came out of that establishment.
Correct.
But there is no information that the shooting came from any of the occupants in that car.
No.
Okay.
Not to my
So-
investigation.
Okay. And also, I think we had information from your report that there was no, quote, altercation in the inside, but that there had been words exchanged.
Correct.
Possibly. So words exchanged does not raise to a level of any violation that currently ABCA has, correct?
That's correct. And it doesn't violate their settlement, their security plan either.
Okay. So I'm just having trouble figuring out the connection between, in this fact finding, between that violent incident, which is abhorrent to everyone, but there's no relationship to any of the patrons or staff of that establishment. Am I interpreting what I've heard correctly?
That there's no.
Where's
that
the
there's no
relationship
connection?
between, right, where's the relationship between the licensee or its patrons causing the violent incident of shots being fired?
But I'm not able to make that determination. That's why I place all the facts that I've gathered and presented it to the board.
Thank you. Okay. Now, I do believe what we've heard today is that perhaps the security plan needs to be updated if that is something that the licensee would voluntarily agree to. Is that correct? That perhaps that there could be some improvements in the security plan?
Yes, I would agree to that.
Okay. And do you know when this security plan was adopted?
In
Possibly.
2019, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm sorry, what year?
In 2019, if I'm not mistaken. Let me just double check. Yeah, May 18, 2019.
Okay. And do you, from your knowledge as an investigator, do you know if the agency has made any improvements or changes to the security plan policies since that date?
I am not sure of that question.
That's good. Fine. Okay. So, I think I had one other concern. One, I've said this before at other hearings. Loitering is not against the law in DC. And I wish we would stop using that term because it's not illegal. Now, I do believe, as we've heard, that a licensee has responsibility of 1,000 feet from its establishment. I would imagine 500 feet from each direction, correct? That they have responsibility for telling patrons that, you know, the evening's over, that you need to move ahead, but there's no law that a security person can make forcefully someone to move, but there is an obligation, I think, in that 1,000 feet for a licensee to take responsibility to try to, I guess, pick up trash. I think it's also a concern that licensees have outside, right outside their premises. So putting up no loitering signs is not helpful because loitering is not illegal. I guess they could put signage up that says, you know, be respectful of the neighborhood and that it's, you know, incommoding is illegal. So therefore, if there are patrons within certain number of feet of the door, I would imagine a security person would have the right to have people move away from the door because that could be blocking the doorway for public health and safety reasons. So I think that area would be a zone that they can actually forcefully, I don't mean pushing, but with a language saying you cannot stand here. So, you know, we do have that, I think, conundrum of trying to figure out how do we move people that when we legally can't do anything unless they are rowdy or causing a problem. But that's something the agency and this board has been working on for years, and I'm sure we'll continue to try to improve that. But I'm just trying to make sure that if there are some facts that tie any of the patrons that were inside to this violent incident, I want to make sure that whoever has that information puts it into the record. And I am hearing both, I believe, from MPD and from our investigator that there is no information that patrons inside were actually involved in any altercation. Correct?
That is correct for me.
Okay. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm fine now. I was just trying to make sure I understood the dots here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grandis. Any other? I'm going to come back to you, Mr. Klein. But anyone has any questions for the investigator? Are hearing none. Mr. Garcia, thank you very much for your appearance. Although the hearing is not over, you're free to leave if you so desire, sir. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Klein, any other comments or questions you wish to ask of anyone, sir?
Just a few comments, I think, at this point. One is to address Mr. Grandis's inquiry. The licensee also has no information concerning anything happening inside. There's that. In addition, and I have the head of security here, there is training. I'm not sure where the confusion is, but this establishment, its people go through regular training, and maybe they don't see it as such. But I have Mr. Galloway. He's the head of security. I'd proffer him. He's been through a formal training course. He's also worked in the industry for many, many years. I thought it was interesting that one of the people has been in law enforcement or had been in security and law enforcement for 25 years. So, I mean, certainly has lots of experience. I understand, and when I read the report, I got the concern, and I knew that the board would ask questions about training and would be concerned about it. But I also came to the conclusion that there wasn't anything that I could see in this incident, or that seems to be apparent, that arises from any lack of training on the part of the establishment. Ms. Vianney preemptively realized, and she's here and she can address it herself, but preemptively realized what was about to happen and was actually on the phone with 911 when the shots rang out. Is that, you know, she could see what was happening and knew what was about to happen and immediately got on the phone with 911 and called and said, you know, there's an issue, something's about to happen. And sure enough, as she's on the phone with them, the shots were heard. So I think this establishment, this is a very unfortunate incident. I mean, we don't want to be here. But I think that they do a good job. There were a couple things that came out of the hearing, which I think are constructive. One is the parking lot. Um, Ms. Bienni is prepared to install some additional lighting, and we will talk to security and make sure that that's part of their rounds and that they do their best to prevent people from congregating. Mr. Grandis, I won't use the word loitering, from congregating in that area. But the other thing that's apparent to me, and this may be a discussion for another time offline, is this RDO program seems to be broken. And rather than the MPD deciding where resources are best employed, given the limited number of officers we have and the limited number of RDO hours that are available, the officers are deciding for themselves. Now, I don't, in and of itself, I don't see that as evil, but it seems to me that given limited resources and given that so tragically, we've just seen our 200th killing in the District of Columbia, I think we got to find a better way to have MPD decide where these limited resources are going to be allocated. Now, this is way above my pay grade, but I just think I got to put it out there that it seems to me that because Mimi is, I mean, I've seen the texts and we're prepared to put them on where she's just begged for RDO and is willing to pay for it and has always gone above and beyond, but can't get any officers because you heard from Officer Hernandez, they don't want to work there. I don't blame them personally, but I think that when we have limited police resources, we have to figure out how best to employ them so that we minimize the threat of violence, the threat of death, the threat of injury. And I just throw that out as an aside. I mean, all in all, tragic situation anytime weapons are involved of any kind, whether they be guns or knives. But I think I know you heard, that this establishment does a good job of keeping them out of the establishment, and there isn't any evidence that these weapons were in the establishment. Doesn't minimize the fact that some people were shot, which is truly unfortunate. But this licensee remains prepared to do whatever is in her power to try to prevent such a situation from happening in the future. And we'll take any recommendations that the board has, investigative staff has, or what have you. One other gratuitous point, do with it what you will. This process in terms of bringing licensees before the board with these inquiries, I think could be better served by bringing the licensee in with investigative staff and sitting down and saying, hey, what went on here? Like, what have we learned? What can we do better? And it being more cooperative, because it's pretty threatening to licensees. Not that the board's not fair. I'm not saying that. I'm just, I throw it out there for what it's worth. But we all got to work together to try to figure out our way through this, what seems to be a very difficult period. And I think this licensee is more than prepared to do whatever she can do to do her part. Happy to answer any questions or any issues that the board might have.
I have some questions I'm going to ask Mr. Klein. However, I need to correct the record. We're having a fact-finding hearing because an incident occurred at this establishment. The incident occurred and a request was made to us by the acting chief of police to have a fact-finding. So this is one of the few mechanisms that we do have where we can bring in the licensee, bring in the investigator, bring in MPD. All that we're doing is gathering facts. And I believe fact-finding hearings generally are very helpful because as we have not, as I stated before, we have not made a decision that we're going to take any action against this establishment. What we're trying to do is to, we're acting on request of the acting chief of police to investigate what's occurred. And we might determine at the end of this hearing that, this establishment, the incident occurred based on the general consensus of what's going on in the district at this moment. And this licensee is harmless in the sense of the event that occurred. So that's all that we're doing here. That's
I know that, Mr. Chair,
all right.
I'm
All right.
aware, and I wasn't in any way casting any aspersions on the board or what's going on here today. I'm trying to be constructive, and I hope it wasn't taken that way.
Well, thank you. It wasn't taken, but for the general public who is listening to this hearing, because as you know we're on YouTube, I want to alert them to share with them the process that's been followed and why we're here today.
Understood.
All right. A question that I have, and either yourself or your client can respond, which I don't understand. The video tend to indicate that, and Mr. Garcia stated that it appears that individuals were running from the back of the establishment. And so maybe you can provide some clarification. Is it the back of the establishment from parking lot? And if how are folks let out of this establishment? Are they let out in the front door? And or maybe you can explain why were these people running from the back, and what's this back they were running from?
Ms. Bianni, you want to address that, please?
You're on mute, ma'am. I can't hear you.
You're on mute.
Can you hear
Yeah,
me?
now
Can you hear
Yes,
me?
ma'am.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you for the question. The establishment has 2 exit door, 1 entrance, but 2 exit door. The back of the establishment is not accessible for people to let out. The people you see on the video came out is from the side door. That is one of the door we use to let people out. Side door and front door. The back, 2 of the back doors were never used for people to get in or to come out, to exit.
But the questions, though, and videos are. I mean, I see someone running. I mean, it's like if it's typical, wasn't it the front door or the side door that you see someone running out of the establishment? I mean, I would be concerned if I see it's closing time and I see people running out. What does that indicate?
To be honest with you, sir, people run out all the time. This is just, it happened all the time.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, earlier in the video, I mean, I noticed it too.
Yeah,
several seconds before, 20 seconds or whatever before the incident, I mean, there were just people running up the street. I mean, there's a guy that kind of runs and kind of dances. So, I mean, there are people running. I mean, I don't know.
Mr. Anderson, it is in a regular basis, you see this happen. In any event, people run out. The minute we turn on the light, some people run out through the exit. And they run once they exit the door, they run to their car. Some people walk, some people run. Some stand around waiting on, most of the time, Uber. But running from the establishment, it happened all the time.
All right, thank you, ma'am, for providing that clarification, and maybe it's because I have not been going to clubs and leaving at closing time, because to me it was surprising, and to me it would indicate that maybe something was going on.
No, they run. They run all the time.
Someone is running out of the club, but if you're saying this is typical behavior of club goers, I mean, I'm not in a position to contest that. All right. Now, ma'am, were you present the night of the incident?
Yes, I'm always there.
And so tell me, what security do you have, and specifically, tell me about the security personnel this particular night.
We open Fridays. Unfortunately, the business is slow because of a lot of car breaking in the neighborhood. It's being that way for about a year now. We lost several nights that we used to have in weekly events. People don't come around because in the night you'll have 20, 30 car breaking. So put it out in the social media. When you go to this neighborhood, when you go to this establishment around my area, it's actually about 4 or 5 establishments around that area. A group of guys will come and break cars. Mr. Hernandez is present a few times when that happened. So because of that, the business slowed down. So right now, we open on Fridays. So that particular Friday, I had 9 security staff working. We have 5 outside, 4 inside the establishment. The 5 outside will be, one will be checking ID. We have 3 ways of searching. The first person will check your ID and use 1 up and down to see if you're carrying anything. The second person will, the second security will search you. And once you pass that, the last person before you get in, which is that, will search you again to go to the establishment. You have to be searched 3 times to be able to enter the establishment.
Let me ask you a question. Is it
yes.
both males and females or?
Yes, yes, yes. Okay. If males and females, all the time. We have 3 ways of searching before you get in, which a lot of people complain. They don't feel like, if one person searching me, why are you searching me again? Just to make sure, we have 3 ways of searching. So at that particular night, yes, I open and close all the time. I'm always there. If emergency happen, I have a security manager who stays for me, which very, very rarely. That particular night, we open around, I can't tell you the exact time. I remember one of my security manager came to me. He said, I observed a couple of cars are parked across the street, which is where the metro entrance is, but the people are sitting in it, sitting there, guys sitting in the car. And they didn't come in, they just sitting in a car. So when situation like that happen, when I don't have detail, which I try every week, I call police. I call 911 and I explain to them my concern. This particular night, immediately when he informed me that, I called 911. In fact, I was on the line with the operator explaining my concern, where I'm calling from. You can hear a gun. She can hear the gunshot. She said, I can hear it. I said, please send officers. I hear a gunshot. That's what took place. So the police didn't take them. It took them less than really a minute when they appear in front of the establishment.
So how many cameras do you have in the establishment, ma'am?
16.
Is it possible that, and again, this is voluntary, for you to provide the board with a diagram of your camera location?
Yes, of course.
So, what is it that you believe you can do to prevent incidents like these occurring?
Whatever it takes, the establishment will do. However, when we're not even open, I can give you an example. I have cleaning staff in the middle of the week on, I believe, on Tuesday. People were getting shot around that area. They run behind the building. The place is not open. It's around 6 p.m., 6:30 p.m. My cleaning staff called me saying they're shooting outside. So this incident, this kind of incident happens in the neighborhood for the past year all the time. Robbery all the time, breaking cars all the time. I think what is really crucial and I think is important to have is a police detail in front of the door. In the same time, Mr. Hernandez request more lighting in the parking lot, which I'm gonna get ready to do immediately, even though I have sufficient lighting. But if it's more lighting needed, I will definitely do that. Anything the board request, I'm getting ready to do to eliminate from this type of situation happen. In addition to that, if you look at my 911 record, anything, if my establishment is open or not, anything I see around the area, I call 911.
All right, ma'am. Thank you for your presentation. Any questions by any board members? Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Ms. Albera.
Yes.
It's been my experience, and this is my third term on the board.
Yes, sir.
And things are constantly evolving when it comes to security.
Yes, sir.
And one of the newest and innovative things that MPD has done and the district council passed, for people that do security business, especially in places of public assembly, that they be registered with the District of Columbia Police Department. And I'll give you a good example of that, and I think your attorney knows as well. Although some people have been in the business and industry for 25 years or longer, they have never had their backgrounds checked. And sometimes when you ask them to get their backgrounds checked, they check out, which means they are not or may not be suitable to be in security for different reasons. And I heard you say to the chairman that you would not mind the cameras being checked out. But I do believe since we've revised our security plans, that a portion of that, and your attorney can bear this out also, is that we have an investigator come out and walk through with the cameras, and we have it to look at the angles and different things that you have inside of the club. Maybe you need it, maybe you don't, but if you're going to be sending a diagram, I would suggest that you do get an investigator to come out, take a look.
Yes, sir.
And do you have a camera out back?
Yes, sir.
You have cameras on the front and the back? We saw the cameras on the front today.
I have it at the back, no blind spot. But if additional camera is requested, I am willing to do it immediately.
Well, that's not exactly what I'm saying, but
yes, sir.
When the investigator comes out, the investigator may talk to you about similar things to that. But
yes,
again, what I would ask as a board member is, since the new laws and regulations are out now regarding security companies, security personnel, that they be registered with the District of Columbia government, would your company be willing to do that?
Of course.
Okay.
Of course, yes.
So thank you, and I hope that the other board members have heard that, and we will, and we can make sure that's a part of your security plan whenever it's submitted to us.
Thank you.
Thank you,
sir.
Mr. Chair. That's all I have at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Short. Ms. Bennett, I guess a question I'm asking, are the securities that you employ, is the third-party company, are they employees of are they just independent contractors from that you hire?
I have a few independent contractors. Some are my employees. They've been there since we opened.
All right, thank you. All right,
Mr. Chairman,
yes,
may I?
Mr. Grandis, go ahead, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Ma'am, I want to thank you for explaining some of the issues that Member Short asked you about, because I think, once again, this being a fact finding, the more correct information we have, the better we can make a determination. So thank you for that. You mentioned that there are 3 levels of security to get in.
Yes.
But also you testified, and they're not related to that, but you also testified that there is a side door that
exit door.
and it's exit only.
Exit only.
And is it unlocked for exit the whole evening or at closing time?
We unlock it at the end of the night to let people out. Security is present in that door from the time we open until we close. But once we go ahead, sir.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Once we close that door, we use it as second exit.
So if I understand correctly now, the only entry location to enter is the front door. And that's 100%. Where you have the 3 levels of security.
100%.
Okay. The side door is locked through the evening until closing.
Because it's emergency exit,
yes.
You cannot open it from outside.
But you can push.
But you can push it open.
Okay.
Yes.
Are security personnel assigned to be at that location the whole evening?
Time. From the time we open until we close.
So if somebody pushed it open because they want to exit, it also could push it open to let someone in during the course of the evening. But you're saying that would not happen because of
absolutely not
training of your security staff.
Yes, sir. Absolutely not. No one can come in through that door.
My last question is, in any of the videos that were presented today that we viewed, were your security staff visible in any of those videos?
Yes. One of the video, you see, if I count right, 5 of the securities were at the door. All of them have security shirt. It says security on the back of.
Okay. They're at the door, but were they visible? Were those 5 people visible in the video?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to make sure, because
you can see them. Yes.
Okay. I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all I have, and I want to thank you, ma'am, for your good explanations of how you run your club. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, any questions by anyone of any other parties? All right, Mr. Klein, I said before, the fact finding here, and any final comments you want to make before I bring this hearing to closure?
No, I think we've covered it, and I think Mrs. Biani has demonstrated to the board her seriousness as an operator, her willingness to do whatever she can to minimize and prevent these situations, and her willingness to listen to suggestions that anyone might have, whether it be MPD, the board, investigative staff from ABCA, about how things might be improved and be safer. I hope it's apparent to the board that she's committed to that and is serious about it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Klein. What is it? The only agreement that we have 2 agreements today that your client has agreed to, and I think she stated that Officer Hernandez had also spoke of that, to look at the parking lot to make a determination if additional lighting could be installed. And then as far as the board is concerned, is that she will provide us with a diagram of the cameras. And so I'll ask that that be provided to the board within 30 days.
Yes, yes.
All right. As I stated before, it's a fact-finding hearing. The board will take this matter under advisement, and the options that the board has, it's to make a determination that there are take no further action, because we have determined that the licensee has complied with the law, and so therefore their action did not attribute to the shooting. Or if the board believes that there are actions that this licensee could have taken, then we will submit this matter to the Office of Attorney General for them to make a determination whether or not any laws have been violated. So so currently we'll take the board will take this matter under advisement for further action. Thank you very much for your presence today. Officer Hernandez, thank you for always being available to testify. And thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Thank
All
you.
right. All right. Okay. All right, so we're at the end of our calendar for the day. I'm sorry, for the morning. And let me do I know we have our agenda items to cover. So let me do that. Let me do our agenda for the day before we take a break. All right. So the first agenda we will address today is our legal agenda. And the first matter on our legal agenda is a review of an offer in compromise in lieu of a hearing dated September 25th, 2023 for case number 22 CIP 00201, half smoke, license number 1000855. The offer in compromise for half smoke is as follows. The charge, no ABC manager on duty, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25701. There is a $1,000 fine paid within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely if the fine has been paid. I make a motion that the offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Jenny Hansen will second.
Ms. Henson, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Mr. Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number two, review of an offer in compromise in lieu of the hearing dated September 25th, 2023 for case number 23 CIT 00069, Virginia Market, license number 119980. The offer in compromise is as follows for this case. No ABC manager on duty, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25701. And 23 DCMR Section 707.1 is a $500 fine paid within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. I make a motion that the offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Mr. Cato, I agree.
Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number three, review of motion for entry of consent order for renewal dated September 26, 2023 in case number 22 PRO 00121. This is MLK Lounge and Restaurant, license number 088787. I make a motion that we approve this motion. Is there a second?
Jenny Hansen will second.
Ms. Hanson, second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number four, review of Advisory Neighborhood Commission 1B resolution filed September 19th, 2023 in support of the Westminster Neighborhood Association moratorium petition for North Shaw and 9th Street neighborhood. This is an FYI for the board. Number five, review of ANC 1B02 SDM Commissioner Sean Holihan, Holihan, and written comments dated September 19th, 2023, in support of the Westminster Neighborhood Association moratorium petition for North Shaw and 9th Street neighborhood. This is also an FYI for the board. All right. So let's now do our legal agenda. I'm sorry, licensing agenda. The first matter on our licensing agenda is an review application for safekeeping of license. This is for Truxton Inn, license number 101-217. I make a motion that we approve this request through March 31st, 2024. Is there a second?
Mr. Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis will second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Mr. Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 2, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is for Hillview Market, license number 119160. I make a motion that we approve this request through March 31st, 2024. Is there a second?
Jenny Hansen will second.
Ms. Henson, Mr. Cato, second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Mr. Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. Number 3, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is the wine specialist license number 110396. I make a motion that we approve this request through March 31st, 2024. Is there a second?
Edward Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis is second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 4, review request to extend safekeeping of license. This is for Weltman's Liquor, license number 117339. I make a motion that we approve this request through March 31st, 2024. Is there a second?
Jenny Hansen will second.
Ms. Henson, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 5, review request to extend safekeeping of license. This is for Congress Market, license number 122081. I make a motion that we approve this request through March 31st, 2024. Is there a second?
Jenny Hansen will
Cato
second.
seconds.
Ms. Henson, Mr. Cato, second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 6, review request to extend safekeeping of license. This is for Organic Wine and Spirits LLC, trade name formerly Paul's Liquors, license number 122551. I make a motion to approve this request through March 31st, 2024. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato, second.
Mr. Cato, second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 7, review request for off-premise storage permit endorsement to store unopened alcoholic beverage inventory off-site at Made to Measure LLC storage facility at 2221/B Adams Place, Northeast. The request has been made by Clubhouse, license number 119851. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short and Ms. Henson have seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 8, review request to remove the carryout and delivery endorsement. This is for Studio 52, license number 115069. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Jenny Hansen will second.
Mr. Grandis and Mr. Grandis and Ms. Henson has seconded the motion. We now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Grandis, I agree.
and Ms. Grandis and I agree. The matter passes 5-0. We now move to our supplemental licensing agenda. The first matter on our supplemental license agenda, review request to remove the license from safekeeping for immediate reopening. This is for Moi Restaurant, license number 120466. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis is second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 2, review request to install 2 additional game of skill machines for a total of 5 machines inside the premises. This is for Players Lounge, license number 001271. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 3, review request to withdraw the application for a new Class B full-service grocery store. This is for Philomena Emporium, license number 124477. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Jenny Hansen will second.
Ms. Henson, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Hold on. All right, hold on 1 minute for me, please. We now move to our cancellation agenda. The ABC Board will be canceling the following license for the reasons outlined below. Melange, MELANGE, license number 119081. The establishment is out of business. I make a motion that this license be canceled. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato, second.
Mr. Cato, second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. Our next agenda is the medical cannabis licensing agenda. The first matter on our medical cannabis licensing agenda, review of standard license application for conditional manufacturer type 1 license. This is for Sure Thing LLC, trade name THICC, license number 126184. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. We now move to our 1-day substantial change license. There are 12 applicants on this agenda. I will review all 12. I will give the name of the licensee, the name of the applicant, the type of license that's been requested for the event, the date, the license number, and the attendees. And at the end of the list, I'll ask the ABC Board to approve the recommendation that's made by the chair. The first request is a request from STEF ABCA is the first name. The last name is YOYCHEYA. And this is a request for a one-day license class F. This is for concert. This is on October 4th. The license number is 126200. 150 attendees, 3 security guards. Number 2 is a request from Ellen Ruffles, ROLFES is the last name. One-day license class F, the private awards banquet for the SAPA Committee of Washington, D.C. This is on September 30th. This is on September 30th. The license number is 1262980, attended 72 security guards. Number 3 is a request from Robert Ellis for a one-day license class F. This is for a cocktail event reception for GLB/ILRF. This is on October 3rd. The license number is 1262770, 50 attendees, 1 security guard. Number 4, the request from Lana Mahmoud, a one-day license class F concert for the 6 concert live music performance. The license number is 1262945, 500 attendees, 10 security guards. The number 5, the request from Simon, the last name is spelled GEBREKIROS, for a one-day license class G, wedding reception. This is on September 30th. The license number is 1262432, 220 attendees, 5 security guards. Number 6 is a request from Patrick D. Batista, one-day license class G, Western Line Dance class. This is October 13th. The license number is 1262562, 200 attendees, 4 security guard. Number 7, the request from Patrick D. Batista, one-day license class G, Western Line Dance class, October 28th. The license number is 1262572, 200 attendees, 4 security guards. Number 8 is a request from Sarah Lee, one-day license class G, a wedding, October 7th. The license number is 1262812, 225 attendees, 8 security guards. Number 9, a request from Jack Rose. That's a trade name, one-day substantial change for a wedding. The substantial change is to use a license off premises at Lincoln's Cottage. This is on October 22nd. The license number is 081997. Substantial change license 23SC01084. The next, number 10, a request from DC Braw Brewing, a one-day substantial change for a wedding, private reception. The substantial change is to use a license off premises on parking lot. This is on October 7th. The license number is 085083. The substantial change license is 23SC01100. Number 11, request from DC Braw Brewing, a one-day substantial change, private reception. This is on November 20th. They want to use their license off premises on the parking lot. The license number is 085083. The substantial change license 23SC01099. A request from Ryan Diaz. This was for an event on September 25th. The license number is 126258, 200 attendees, 4 security guards. So therefore, I make a motion that the ABC board grants these license requests, these applications. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. The next list, it's a list of 34, which I have to read in the record. And this is the 2023 World Cultural Festival Art Dine All Night. There are 34 establishments that have requested permission to operate on extended hours for this period of time. I will review all 34 applicants in the record, and at the end of the list, I'll ask the ABC board to approve the recommendation. So the first request, a request made from Scott Abel, a one-day license class G for the event is Art All Night. This is on September 30th. The license number is 126263. 40 attendees, 1 security guard. Number 2, a request from the Mayflower Club DC, a one-day substantial change. This is for the 2023 World Cultural Festival Art All Night. Change to extend license to operate 24 hours. Consumption of alcohol is prohibited between the hours of 4 a.m. and 6 a.m. The license number is 116450. Substantial change is license is 23SC01061. The next request is a request made from Barcada Wine Bar, a one-day substantial change. This is again for the 2023 World Cultural Festival Art Dine All Night. They're also requesting the ability to operate 24 hours a day. However, consumption of alcohol is prohibited between the hours of 4 a.m. and 6 a.m. The license number is 115719. Substantial change license is 23SC01072. Number 4, a request from the Mayflower Club DC, a one-day substantial change, again for the 2023 World Cultural Festival Art and Dine All Night. The nature is they're requesting permission to operate 24 hours, again with the exception that consumption of alcohol cannot occur between the hours of 4 a.m. and 6 a.m. The license number is 074767. The substantial change license is 23SC01069. Number 5, Kiddes Lounge, one-day substantial change, again for the 2023 World Cultural Festival Art/Dine All Night, again asking for permission to operate 24 hours a day with the exception of consumption of alcohol will be prohibited between the hours of 4 a.m. and 6 a.m. The license number is 119361. Substantial change license is 23SC01068. Number 6, a request from Flair Restaurant and Lounge for one-day substantial change, again for the 2023 World Cultural Festival Art Dine All Night. They're asking to operate 24 hours a day with the exception that alcohol will be prohibited to be consumed between the hours of 4 a.m. and 6 a.m. Their license number is 120179. The substantial change license 23SC01062. Number 7, Rose Bar, a one-day substantial change, again to participate in the 2023 World Cultural Festival Art Dine Out All Night. The nature of the substantial change is to operate 24 hours. Consumption of alcohol, however, is prohibited between the hours of 4 a.m. and 6 a.m. The license number is 077883. Substantial change license is 23SC01057. Number 8, Decades, one-day substantial change. Again, for the 2023 World Cultural Festival Art Dine All Night, they're asking to operate 24 hours with the prohibition that alcohol will not be consumed between the hours of 4 a.m. and 6 a.m. The license number is 103509. Substantial change license is 23SC01059. Number 9, Signature Lounge, one-day substantial change. The 2023 World Cultural Festival Art Dine All Night. Again, they want to operate 24 hours with a prohibition of the consumption of alcohol between 4 a.m. and 6 a.m. The license number is 117485. The substantial change license is 23SC01065. Number 10, Secret Lounge, one-day substantial change. The 2023 World Cultural Festival Art Dine All Night, requesting to extend The license to operate 24 hours. Consumption of alcohol is prohibited between 4 a.m. and 6 a.m. and this is for the period 9/21 through 10/21. The license number is 17123. Substantial change license is 23 SC 01064. Number 11, Good Guys Club, 1-day substantial change. The 2023 World Cultural Festival, Art Dine All Night. They're asking to operate 24 hours. Consumption of alcohol is prohibited between the hours of 4 a.m. and 6 a.m. And this is for the period 9/21 until 10/21/23. The license number is 000899. Substantial change license is 23 SC 01060. Number 12. Sachi Nightclub, which is it's Kazera Inc. Kazera Inc. The trade name is Kazera Lounge and Restaurant, 1-day substantial change. The 2023 World Cultural Festival, Art Dine All Night. They're asking to operate 24 hours with the prohibition of alcohol consumption between the period of 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. This is for the period September 21st through October 21st, 2023. The license number is 117490. The substantial change license 23 SC 01058. Number 13, number 9, 1-day substantial change, again for the 2023 World Cultural Festival and Art Dine All Night. They're asking to operate 24 hours with a prohibition that alcohol will not be consumed between the hours of 4 a.m. and 6 a.m. This is for the period September 21st through October 21st. And the license number is 086354. The substantial change license is 23 SC 01070. Number 14 is Sachi Night. It's stereo. The trade name is Sachi Nightclub. This is the asking for 1-day substantial change. This is for the 2023 World Cultural Festival and Art Dine All Night. They're asking to operate 24 hours. Consumption of alcohol will be prohibited between the period 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. This is from 9/21 through 10/21. The license 23. The license number is 099229. The substantial change license is 23 SC 01071. Number 15, Play DC Restaurant and Lounge, 1-day substantial change. The 2023 World Cultural Festival, Art Dine All Night. They are asking for 24-hour operations with the consumption of alcohol prohibited between the hours of 4 a.m. and 6 a.m. This is for the period September 21st through October 21st. The license number is 112274. The substantial change license is 23 SC 01083. Number 16, DNA Lounge, 1-day substantial change. The 2023 World Cultural Festival, Art Dine All Night event. They're asking to operate 24 hours. Consumption of alcohol will be prohibited between the hours of 4 a.m. and 6 a.m. This is for the period September 21st through October 21st, 2023. The license number is 117571. The substantial change license 23 SC 01079. Number 17, 12 after 12, 1-day substantial change. They want to participate in 2023 World Cultural Festival, Art Dine All Night. They asking for permission to operate 24 hours a day. Consumption of alcohol is prohibited between the period of 4 a.m. and 6 a.m. And this is for the period of September 21st through October 21st, 2023. The license number is 117238. The substantial change license 23 SC 01085. Number 18, KOI, KOI, 1-day substantial change to participate in the 2023 World Cultural Festival and for Art Dine All Night, asking for permission to operate 24 hours. Consumption of alcohol is prohibited between the period 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. This is for the period 9/21/23 through 10/21/23. The license number is 116654. Substantial change license is 23SC01086. Number 19, trade, 727 Concept LLC. One-day substantial change. This is for the 2023 World Cultural Festival, Art Dine All Night. They're asking to operate 24 hours. Alcohol consumption is prohibited between the period of 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. This is for the period 9/21/23 through 10/21/23. The license number is 099695. Substantial change license is 23SC01087. Number 20, Bulldog. One-day substantial change, 2023 World Cultural Festival and for Art Dine All Night. They're asking for permission to operate 24 hours. Consumption of alcohol is prohibited between the period of 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. This is for the period September 21st through October 21st, 2023. The license number is 117308. Substantial change license is 23SC01088. Number 21, Cloud Restaurant and Lounge Sports Bar, one-day substantial change. Again, to participate in 2023 World Cultural Festival Art Dine All Night. They're asking for permission to operate 24 hours. Consumption of alcohol is prohibited between the period of 4 a.m. and 6 a.m. This is for the period September 21st through October 21st, 2023. The license number is 093572. The substantial change license 23SC01091. Number 22, assets, one-day substantial change. They want to participate in 2023 World Cultural Festival Art Dine All Night. They want to operate 24 hours. Consumption of alcohol is prohibited between the period of 4 a.m. and 6 a.m. This is for the period 9/21 through 10/21/23. The license number is 113585. Substantial change license 23SC01094. Number 23, Space DC, one-day substantial change to participate in the 2023 World Cultural Festival and Art Dine All Night. They're asking for permission to operate 24 hours. Consumption of alcohol is prohibited between the period of 4 a.m. and 6 a.m. This is for the period September 21st through October 21st, 23. The license number is 124237. Substantial change license 23SC01090. Number 24, Privilege. One-day substantial change to participate in the 2023 World Cultural Festival Art Dine All Night. They're asking for permission to operate 24 hours. Consumption of alcohol is prohibited between the period of 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. And this is for September 21st through October 21st, 2023. The license number is 118901. The substantial change is 23SC01089. Number 25, Heath, one-day substantial change, again, to participate in the 2023 World Cultural Festival Art Dine All Night, asking for permission to operate 24 hours. Consumption of alcohol is prohibited between the period of 4 a.m. and 6 a.m. And this is for the period of September 21st through October 21st, 2023. The license number is 105012. The substantial change license 23SC01092. Number 26, Costas, one-day substantial change to participate in the 2023 World Cultural Festival Art Dine All Night. They're asking for permission to operate 24 hours. Consumption of alcohol is prohibited between the period of 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. This is for September 21st through October 21st. The license number is 109462. The substantial change license is 23SC01093. Number 27, Public Bar Group, one-day substantial change for the World Cultural Festival Art Dine All Night. They are asking to operate 24 hours. Consumption of alcohol is prohibited between the period of 4 a.m. and 6 a.m. This is for the period of September 21st through October 21st, 23. The license number is 01238238. The license number, substantial change license 23SC01096. Number 26, Blue Moon, one-day substantial change to participate in the 2023 World Cultural Festival Art, Dine All Night, asking for permission to operate 24 hours a day. Consumption of alcohol, however, is prohibited between the period of 4 a.m. 6 a.m. This is for the period of September 21st through October 21st, 2023. The license number is 118303. The substantial change license is 23 SC 01095. Number 29, Asmara AMSTERDA Cafe Lounge Restaurant, 1 day substantial change to participate in the 2023 World Cultural Festival Art Dine All Night event. They're asking to operate 24 hours. Consumption of alcohol, however, is prohibited between the period of 4 a.m. and 6 a.m. This is for the period of 9/21 through 10/21/23. The license number is 115293. The substantial change license 23 SC 01101. Number 30, Ambassador or Restaurant, 1 day substantial change to participate in the 2023 World Cultural Festival Art Dine All Night. They want to operate 24 hours. Consumption of alcohol, however, is prohibited between the period of 4 a.m. and 6 a.m. This is for the period of September 21st through October 21st. The license number is 090422. Substantial change license 23 SC 01102. Number 34, Torah Bar, 1 day substantial change to participate in the 2023 World Cultural Festival Art Dine All Night, asking for permission to operate 24 hours a day. Consumption of alcohol, however, is prohibited during the period of 4 a.m. and 6 a.m. This is for the period of September 21st through October 21st, 23. The license number is 092074. Substantial change license 23 SC 01103. Number 33, PAPE, PAPPE, 1 day substantial change. This is to participate in Art All Night. This is the youth entertainment endorsement for Art All Night. This is for September 30th. The license number is 107164. The substantial change license 23 SC 001051. Number 33, 3321 Bistro DC Restaurant Tex-Mex, 1 day substantial change. This is to participate in Art All Night. This is to use in the entertainment endorsement from 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. This is on September 30th. The license number is 117625. Substantial change license 23 SC 001055. Number 34, Right Proper Brewing Company, 1 day substantial change. Art All Night. This is to expand the patio to the street. This is on September 30th. The license number is 02092357. Substantial change license is 23 SC 001056. I make a motion that the ABC board approve all these changes. Is there a second?
Cato second.
Mr. Cato has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0-0. The next the agenda item is the licensed administrative docket. For the licensed administrative docket, we have 32 applicants on this docket. I'll read the names of the applicant, the class, category, and the request that's been made. And at the end of the list, I'll ask the ABC board to approve the request. The first request is made by Union Kitchen, license number 118692. Their full service grocery corporate name change. The new name is Eckington UK LLC. Number 2. So number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5. I'm sorry, I have to read all of them because they have different license number. I'm sorry. So, all right. The number 2 is a request from Safeway, license number 097709. Their retailer B wine and store wine, retailer B beer and wine, change of officer application. The new officer is Thomas L. Lofland, Lofland, President, Cody M. Perdue, Vice President, Bradley R. Beckerstrom, Beckstrom, Secretary. Number 3, Safeway, license number 097695, retailer B, full service grocery, change of officer application, Thomas L. Lofland, President, Cody M. Perdue, Vice President, Bradley R. Beckerstrom, Secretary. Number 4, Safeway, license number 097697, retailer B, beer and wine, change of officer application, Thomas L. Lofland, President, Cody M. Perdue, Vice President, Bradley R. Beckerstrom, Secretary. Number 5, Safeway, license number 105295, full service grocery, change of officer application, Thomas L. Lofland, President, Cody M. Perdue, Vice President, Bradley R. Beckerstrom, Secretary. Number 6, Safeway, license number 097702, retailer B, beer and wine, change of officer application, Thomas L. Lofland, President, Cody M. Perdue, Vice President, Bradley R. Beckerstrom, Secretary. Number 7, Safeway, license number 097703, retailer B, beer and wine, change of officer application, Thomas L. Lofland, President, Cody M. Perdue, Vice President, Bradley R. Beckerstrom, Secretary. Number 8, Safeway, license number 097704, beer and wine B, change of officer application, Thomas L. Lofland, President, Cody M. Perdue, Vice President, Bradley R. Beckerstrom, Secretary. Number 9, Safeway, license number 097704, retailer B, beer and wine, change of officer application, Thomas L. Lofland, President, Cody M. Perdue, Vice President, Bradley R. Beckerstrom, Secretary. Number 10, Safeway, license number 097706, retailer B, beer and wine, change of officer application, Thomas L. Lofland, President, Cody M. Perdue, Vice President, Bradley R. Beckerstrom, Secretary. Number 11, Safeway, license number 097707, retailer A, liquor store, change of office application, Thomas R. Lofland, President, Cody M. Perdue, Vice President, Bradley R. Beckerstrom, Secretary. Number 12, Safeway, license number 097700, retailer B, beer and wine, change of office application, Thomas L. Lofland, President, Cody M. Perdue, Vice President, Bradley R. Beckerstrom, Secretary. Number 13, immigrant food, license number 118470, retailer C, restaurant carryout and delivery application. Number 14, immigrant food, license number 115958, retailer D, restaurant carryout and delivery application. Number 15, Bistro du Jour, Capitol Hill, license number 123801, retailer C, hotel, letter of request to allow Sanista du Jour LLC to serve as corporate paymaster. Number 16, Bistro du Jour, Capitol Hill, license number 125219, caterers license, letter of request to allow Sanista du Jour LLC to serve as corporate paymaster. Number 17, Streets Market and Cafe, license number 092095, retailer B, beer and wine, letter of request to remove the officer HYUN is the first name, CHUL, the middle name, Lee is the last name. Number 18, Kellogg Selections, license number 126110, wholesaler B, new ABC license application. Number 19, Cork and Battle Wine and Spirits, license number 125746, retailer liquor store, transfer with sale application, safekeeping. Number 20, Bar Japinos, JAPONAIS, license number 124706, retailer C Tavern, new ABC license application. Number 21, Los MOLCAJETES, Me CASITA, license number 125040, retailer C restaurant transfer sale application. Number 22, Dos Taqueria, Taqueria, license number 125157, retailer C restaurant, new ABC license application number 23, Dos Todas Taqueria, license number 125173, retailer C restaurant, new ABC license application number 24, Suprema, Supremo Italian Restaurant and Bar, license number 125727, retailer C Tavern, transfer without sale application number 25, Marquisas, Mariscos, license number 114804, retailer C Restaurant stock transfer application number 26, The People's Kitchen, license number 124821, retailer C Restaurant transfer new ABC license application number 27, Thirst Lounge, license number 126287, retailer C Tavern transfer without sale application number 28, REYNA Market and Deli, license number 093799, retailer A liquor store stock transfer application number 29, Mary Bar and Grills, license number 124927, retailer C restaurant, new ABC license application number 30, Residence in DuPont Circle, license number 110450, retailer B 25% transfer of ownership interest application number 31, Deja Vu DC Lounge, license number 121029, retailer C restaurant transfer to new location currently in safekeeping 2020. The new address is 2020 9th Street Northwest. Number 32, Bread First Bakery DuPont, license number 125516, retailer C restaurant, new ABC license application. I therefore make a motion that ABC board approve these applications. Is there a second?
Jenny Hansen will second.
Ms. Hanson, second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Mr. Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 500. And our last agenda item for the agenda docket for this afternoon is the license administrative docket streetery. There is one application, and it's the Line DC license number 102177, retailer C Hotel. They're asking for a streetery endorsement application. I make a motion that ABC board approve this application. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Mr. Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 500. I apologize to the audience who were getting online for the 1:30 protest hearing. Unfortunately, the morning ran long, so we will come back to the public to start the 1:30 hearing at 2:15. So we'll start the afternoon hearing at 2:15. I will now ask all board members, we will now go to lunch. I will ask all board members to return to executive session at 2 o'clock. Board members, please return to executive session at 2 o'clock. We will, however, our public session will start at 2:15. So I'll see you, the board, in executive session at 2 o'clock, and I'll see the public at 2:15 in public session. Apologize for the inconvenience, but the board has to go to lunch. All right, thank you. Have a great afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the afternoon session of the ABC Board. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board. Joining me this afternoon are 4 other board members. Mr. James Short, Mr. Bobby Cato, Ms. Jenny Henson, and Mr. Edward Grandis. The board has 5 members for the conduct of business, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with this afternoon's calendar, there are a few items that I need to make the parties aware of. We have 3 cases on our calendar for this afternoon. Actually, we have 3 cases. So I'll call the case. Once the case is called, I'll ask the IT specialist to elevate your rights. If you have any technical issues, please reach out to, please use the question and answer feature to address those features, those concerns that you might have. All right. The first case in our afternoon calendar, it's a protest hearing, case number 22PRO00112, Flash, license number 90823. This case has been continued to November 8th at 1:30 p.m. See board order number 2023-477. The next case in our calendar is case number 22PRO00121, MLK Lounge and Restaurant, license number 88787. This case has been canceled, and this case has been canceled. The board had on its legal agenda earlier this afternoon issued a consent order that disposed of this matter. So the next case in our calendar, is case number 23PRO00042 600T, license number 100515. Good morning, Ms. Doriana. Can you please elevate the rights of the licensee, the protestant, and the licensee's witness, the protestant and his or her witnesses, and the investigator, please.
Good afternoon. Jeff Jackson, your access has been elevated. Craig Kujawa, your access has been elevated. Call-in user 4, your access has been elevated. Alex Chen, your access has been elevated. And investigator Mark Ruiz, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you. All right, good afternoon, everyone. It's a protest hearing on 600T. And so I'm going to have all the parties identify themselves for the record. Mr. Jackson, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yes, good afternoon, Commissioner. Jeff Jackson, Jeff, last name Jackson, Jackson.
Who's your client, Mr. Jackson?
Stephen Lawrence.
Where's Mr. Lawrence?
He said that he was on.
Is Mr. Lawrence on is he on, or is he the call-in, the person on the telephone? Which one is he?
It may be the person on the telephone. He said he was calling in.
Mr. Lawrence, is there some reason why you're unable to appear on video today, sir?
I did not have the app for WebEx. I did the call-in option.
Well, sir, we're doing all right, sir. Can you spell and state your name for the record?
Yeah, Stephen Lawrence, Stephen, Lawrence, LAWRENCE.
And also, sir, I prefer when, especially if I'm doing a protest hearing, that the parties appear, I can see them on video, so I know who I'm talking to. We have been doing protest hearings. This is 3 years now that we've been doing virtual hearings, and I'm not happy with that response, sir. But I'm not going to hold it against you, but I would prefer when I have these hearings, especially a protest hearing, that I'm looking at the folks who are about to testify. All right. All right, Mr. Kajawa, can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, my name is Craig Kujawa, and that is spelled CraigKujawa.
All right, thank you. Mr. Ruiz, can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Yes. My name is ABCA Investigator Mark Ruiz, MARKRUIZ.
And before I ask Mr. Chen to identify himself, who is Mr. Chen? Can someone tell me who's Mr. Chen? Hold on, Mr. Chen. Is he a witness for the applicant, for the licensee, or is he a witness for the protestant?
Mr. Chairman, he's a witness for the protestant.
All right, so can you have him? Okay, so Mr. Kujawa, can you have Mr. Chen? All right, can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Alex Chen, ALEXCHEN.
All right. All right. This is a protest for the renewal of this license. Are there any preliminary matters before we start? And then I'm going to ask some questions. Are there any preliminary matters on your part, Mr. Jackson?
Yes, there is, Commissioner. I was given this protest about maybe 5 days ago. And I was going to ask the board if they would consider dismissing the protest because the protest, I believe, was filed in error. The renewal application only states that they're renewing the application to contain the hours of operation for the inside and entertainment endorsement, but the protest is concerning an endorsement that's not part of the renewal application, which is the Summer Garden.
All right, so you're saying, let's see how long. This is, so Mr. Jackson, you are saying this is a renewal for, this is an application for a renewal of the license, is that correct?
That's correct, sir. In the renewal application, if you see that it only contains the hours of operation and the entertainment endorsement that's on the renewal application. Now, granted, they did apply for a Summer Garden, and they were placarded for that some time ago, and it was approved. They were just never issued the Summer Garden. And the issues that's in the protests was also brought up during a complaint that was filed against the applicant, and that case was adjudicated, and the applicant paid a fine in reference to that matter. So this appeared to be like double jeopardy where they filing now protests against the Summer Garden. And the renewal doesn't have anything to do with the Summer Garden.
Mr. Kajawa.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, sir. Yeah, I'm asking, what's the basis of your protest, sir?
Mr. Jackson is correct. The establishment has been placarded a few times over the course of the last year, and none of those placards contain the Summer Garden endorsement. However, according to Mr. Ruiz's protest investigation, the applicant believes that he is approved for a Summer Garden endorsement based on a placard from over 3 years ago and an application that was never completed. And this is my opportunity to argue before the board that any such approval from over 3 years ago, if in fact it did occur, is no longer effective. And any endorsement for a Summer Garden at this point in time must be subject to another application for substantial change to the license.
All right. All right, Mr. Jackson, is your client, is it your client's intent to move forward with a summer garden endorsement?
Sir, if you look at exhibit number 1 that I have presented, he's been placarded for Summer Garden. And also my exhibit number 2 shows that he's been approved for the Summer Garden, but it was pending the issuance of an updated certificate of occupancy to show that the Summer Garden is attached to that so he can use it.
All right. But on the renewal application, there is no summer garden, is that correct?
That's correct. It's not part of the license at this present time.
Okay. Mr. Kajawa, anything else that you want to say?
Yes, please, Mr. Chairman. First, I have no knowledge of Mr. Jackson's exhibits number 1 or number 2, and I wish to move that they be excluded from the record since they were not disclosed at all, not least 7 days before the protest hearing, and I received no protest information form or knowledge of any of his witnesses. Secondly, I just want to state that my understanding of the regulations is that the board's discretion to issue a license, or in this case, an endorsement, in the absence of a certificate of occupancy is limited. And that authority does not limit that approval to exist beyond the end of the licensure period during which the application was submitted, which in this case, for a Class CT license, was a year ago this coming Saturday, September 30th, 2022. So I understand that Mr. Jackson may have approval that there was a summer garden endorsement, but if it was on the basis of an incomplete application, the DCMR Title 23 regulations also say that the board shall not act upon any application which is incomplete. And this application was not only incomplete at the time in 2022, it remains incomplete to this day beyond the end of the licensure period, indeed, more than a year beyond the end of the licensure period. And it's in the public's interest that this application for a summer garden endorsement be placarded again.
But all right, we're talking about apples and oranges, sir. This is a protest hearing on the renewal of his license. This is not a protest hearing on a summer garden. So currently there's no summer garden. There's no summer garden application. All right. We can only have a protest hearing on the placard notice. The placard notice, which I need to look at, is my understanding, and I will get some clarification, that there is no summer garden endorsement on the placard notice. So if there's no summer garden endorsement on the placard notice, we cannot have a hearing on a summer garden. So we wouldn't have jurisdiction to have a hearing on an endorsement that was not placarded.
I understand. I understand that, Mr. Chairman, and I was fully prepared for that outcome today. But I wanted to take this up.
I've not issued a decision yet. We're just having a conversation. I'm gonna, in order to issue a decision, there are a couple of things I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take some additional testimony, and then I'm gonna go off record to go have to speak to our legal office and come back, and before making a different decision. I'm just talking aloud. So right now I'm just talking aloud by asking questions to make sure that I know where we are. So when the board goes into executive session to discuss this, and if we're going to come up with with a recommendation that I have enough information to make this decision. Whatever decision whether or not we're gonna move forward with this hearing, whether or not the board has jurisdiction to actually have this hearing today. And that's the core issue that we're gonna decide. And so what I'm hearing now is that you're protesting a Summer Garden endorsement and that there's no Summer Garden endorsement on the placarded notice. So if there's not a Summer Garden endorsement, if when we placard the renewal of this license, if there was no mention of a Summer Garden, then we cannot have a protest hearing today on a Summer Garden. I mean, that's what I'm thinking aloud as we move forward. So I just want to make sure that these issues are clear in my mind before we go further. And I guess I need to ask a question, Mr. Jackson. Has your client gotten a certificate of occupancy for the Summer Garden?
Not at this time. I produced in my exhibits that he applied for one, he's permitted for one, and in the process of getting the amended certificate of occupancy to include the Summer Garden.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying he doesn't have a certificate of occupancy currently. Is that that's
no, sir?
All
no,
right.
sir.
All right.
And the licensing specialist, that's what she was waiting on. And in my document, in my exhibits, she states that she's waiting on the, that's exhibit number 2, that the Summer Garden has been approved and that she's waiting on the amended certificate of occupancy to issue the Summer Garden license.
All right, before the board goes to the executive session, anything else you want to say, Mr. Kujal?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I just want to reiterate that despite the approval that may have occurred years ago and the 3 years that have elapsed without this certificate of occupancy promised having been produced, we're beyond the end of that licensure period. And it stands to reason, it's only logical that that application, having been approved 3 years ago, is no longer effective. Because if it had been approved in a timely manner, if the applicant had produced the certificate of occupancy, if he had submitted a completed application, then that Summer Garden endorsement would be reflected on the placards for this renewal. The public should not be penalized because it took him 3 years to get a certificate of occupancy to complete his application. They would have been placarded again for that Summer Garden endorsement that the board is at risk of giving him in error based on an incomplete application from 3 years ago. And that it deprives the public of the right to protest the Summer Garden for what would be this licensure period.
All right, Mr. Kujawa, there is no endorsement on his license. Because there's no endorsement on his license, the applicant cannot legally operate a Summer Garden. Period. There's no issue with the public being prohibited from, so the public is not harmed because there is no Summer Garden endorsement on the application. So I just want to correct the records when you're saying the public. There is no Summer Garden endorsement on his application. So because there's no Summer Garden endorsement on his current license, currently this licensee cannot operate a Summer Garden. If the licensee operates a Summer Garden, the members of the public can contact ABCA. An ABCA investigator will go to the establishment, and if there is an operational Summer Garden, then the investigator will issue an infraction.
I understand, Mr. Chairman, and that actually has happened. I was seeking this opportunity before the board. I understand you may not have jurisdiction in this protest matter, but I was seeking clarity from the board on what Mr. Jackson proffers is an impending and imminent summer garden endorsement based on a application from 3 years ago.
But that is a different issue that has to be, that's a different issue that has to be addressed separately. So therefore, off the top of my head, I can't say to you that how long the licensee has to provide additional documentation to us that we might have approved an endorsement, but then the license will not be issued until we have had a certificate of occupancy. And I'm not quite sure the period of time a licensee has to give us that type of information. But until the board has issued a license with that endorsement, a licensee cannot operate with that endorsement without it being officially on their license. Okay, so I just want to correct the record on that part. But your larger issue, I need to consult with legal and get back to you and let you know what we're going to do today regarding this hearing. Okay, so with that said, what I need to do, I'm going to delete. All right. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 23 PRO 00042 600T pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2575B4A of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberate upon case number 23 PRO 00042 600 T Street for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2575B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second. The motion will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that ABC Board will recess its proceedings to hold a closed meeting pursuant to Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act. All right, the board is going to log off and go into executive session. So I'll ask all board members to log off and go into executive session. We will return. You can stay, you can turn your cameras off, but please do not log off. The board will return once we have consulted with legal. So we'll return once we have consulted with our legal. All right. All right, we're back in the record. All right. This matter, this matter this afternoon is a protest hearing. The purpose of the protest. It's an illegal use of a summer garden. This licensee, this applicant licensee does not have a summer garden endorsement on his license. And so because he does not have a summer garden endorsement of his license, the board cannot have a protest hearing on a summer garden because this is a renewal application. There is nothing in reviewing the report, the case report, and what I'm hearing today, that the protestant was protesting anything but a summer garden endorsement, which is not on this license. So therefore, with that said, am I correct, or is there something else I'm missing, Mr. Kajau, as far as your protest is concerned? And I'm going to address the other issues you made, sir.
Is correct, Mr. Chairman.
So with that said, I am going to make a motion to dismiss the protest. And the reason why I'm specifically dismissing the protest is because a protest was raised on a summer garden endorsement, which is not currently on the license, and that was not placarded. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, a second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. I'm going to have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Ms. Grandis, and I agree. The matter passes 5-0. All right. So we've dismissed the protest because the protest was raised on an issue that was not placarded and on an issue that is not that's not on the endorsement, that is not on his license. Now, to address the issue at hand, there is no summer garden endorsement on this license. I'm going to make a second motion that this licensee, that the board will issue a cease and desist order to prevent this licensee from utilizing a summer garden unless an endorsement for a summer garden is issued on his license. Is there a second?
Cato, second.
Mr. Cato, second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Yes, Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Grandis, and I agree. The matter passes 5-0. Mr. Jackson, the board will be issuing a cease and desist order to inform your client that your client, and Mr. Lawrence is there, you cannot utilize the summer garden unless you have an endorsement from the ABCA, And because there is no endorsement from ABCA, the summer garden in this provision, in this premises, cannot be utilized. Is there any question by anyone?
No, sir, and I totally agree with you. And my client is aware of that, and he has ceased using the summer garden, and he was fined for using the summer garden, and that was adjudicated.
Mr. Kajawa.
My only question, Mr. Chairman, is whether the board considered resolving the status of the prior 2020 application for a summer garden endorsement and its status and prospective status.
That's not an issue the board can, this is not an issue before us currently. However, that is an administrative matter that has to be addressed. And so I'm not aware how long ago the board has issued, I'm sorry, the agency has approved the endorsement, but because the certificate of occupancy has not been provided, the board has not issued the license that approving the endorsement. The agency, however, through the board, if we need to rescind the approval based on the fact that it's taken the licensee a number of years to provide us with the necessary documents for us to issue the endorsement, the board will look at that. So I will have the agency provide us with I would have the agency provide the board with information regarding the status of this application, and then the board will make whatever appropriate determination can be made whether or not we will rescind the approval of the endorsement, since based on the failure of the licensee within whatever specific period of time to provide us with a certificate of occupancy, so therefore we can issue that endorsement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I understand. Would you recommend that I request an advisory opinion on that matter in order to provide some legal arguments and citations, or just an email to the general counsel?
That is not necessary, sir. The board is aware, the board and the agency is aware of the issue, and the board will instruct the agency to make recommendation to us what the next step is. As a member of the public, sir, as a member of the public, if the summer garden is in operation, you are welcome to file a complaint as you have before with the agency, and enforcement go and investigate and take the appropriate action if enforcement determines that the summer garden is being utilized without an endorsement. So as I said before, as a member of the public, you are welcome to alert the agency. You're welcome to contact enforcement to report any violations of our rules and regulations by this licensee or any other licensee. So does that any other questions? Since you're on, Mr. Lawrence, you're on the phone.
Yes, sir.
That the board is going to issue a cease and desist order to instruct you that you need to immediately stop utilization of the summer garden because there is no endorsement on your license for the use of a summer garden.
Understood. No problem.
All right. If there's no further questions, this matter is concluded. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. All right. Thank you. All right, so since we're at the end of our calendar for the afternoon, if there are no other business, let us close the record for the day. Sorry. I didn't anticipate this hearing would have concluded itself this quickly, so my notes to close this hearing are not where they're supposed to be. So give me 1 minute. As chairperson of the Alcohol, Beverage, and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with Title III, Chapter 4 or 5, Office of Open Government, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting on October 4th for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigations of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations, and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the board's investigative agenda, legal agenda, and licensing agenda for October 4th, as published in DC Register on September 29th. Is there a second?
Jenny Hansen, second.
Ms. Hanson has a motion. I have a roll call vote on the motion before it has been properly second. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that ABC Board will hold this closed meeting. Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, notice will also be posted on the ABC Board Hearing Room Bulletin Board, placed on the electronic calendar and APCA's website, and published in DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. We're now adjourned for the day. We'd like to thank the members of the public who signed in for to participate in our hearings today. And I'd also like to thank our board members who participated in our hearings today. We're now adjourned for the day. I now request that all board members return to executive session for further development. Thank you very much. Have a great afternoon.